better. Say I get I said I get his dad as a father.
I don't think you're going to lose it.
That and some. Yeah. That's terrible about the root.
Yeah.
And a couple other same thing.
Six.
Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the impact is more being able to.
Yeah.
So we need to pull that from here.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what
Call that out and just clarification.
kind of like, well.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Derek, get a second.
I will say, I got up.
Did you find the paragraph I was talking about? Yeah, okay. Good, and it's just a final plat. It's all just 5 signatures, so that's why it's on consent. Okay, great, thanks.
Derek, is this? Is that it? Good morning. It is Tuesday, August 3rd. It is our Franklin County Commissioner meeting. We have a full slate of commissioners, our administrator, clerk of the board, and a room full of guests. So with that, I'll call the meeting to order, and would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, with that, we have 2 sets of meeting minutes, July 13th and July 20th. Is there any corrections or additions, or are we good to go?
No corrections.
Okay, with that, we'll move on down to the Commissioner Administrator updates. Keith?
Good morning, Commissioners. A couple of items that I've been working on. Am I not speaking enough into the microphone to eat that thing? A couple of things I've been working on. We had a meeting with the various municipal interests in the Tri-Cities area with the Umatilla Indian Tribe leadership, discussing the shoreline reconveyance project, and kind of formatted some committee type work that's going to be ongoing over the next few months. Agreed to a meeting schedule with them. So that is moving forward. Also had a BCES, Benton County Emergency Services Board meeting. We're looking at some strategic planning, how the governance of that board works. The meeting covered some budget and contracting items, fairly routine. The Washington State Association of Counties had their update yesterday. A lot of information on the new statutes surrounding requirements for law enforcement and the use of force. So that discussion is going on amongst county leaders. We had a representative from WASPC kind of present what some of that updated legislation looked like and how it impacted counties, what we can expect from law enforcement. Received a notice this morning that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is issuing a new draft review plan for the White Bluffs bladder pod. I don't know how many members of the public are familiar with that, but it's an ongoing environmental issue with a unique plant species that's located in a very narrow part of the Hanford Reservation in the White Bluffs area. Our county's been involved in that issue for a number of years, and I expect we'll continue to see some questions about recovery of that plant species in that section of the county. So that's really most of what I've been working on. I appreciate the board's patience in allowing me a few days away from the telephone and the email, but glad to be back.
All right, thanks, Keith. Commissioner Peck?
So with no meeting last night and Keith sneaking out, I did the same for a few days. Did have a County Road Administration Board meeting that I tied into as much as I could on a Zoom call. I was in an area that didn't have very good coverage, but did get part of it. There was a risk pool meeting I was not able to log into for the same reason. The WASAC update yesterday, Keith already spoke to that. Really, really good speaker from WASPEC talking about his views anyway of the difference between the legislative intent on law enforcement legislation that came out earlier this year and the actual effect on the ground for people who have to implement those laws. And to say it was informative would be an understatement. A lot of good information. Have had a couple of meetings over this past few days on shoreline access. And Derek, I think you met with the very same people who had some concerns about all the development along the west side of the county and what we're doing to retain any sort of public access and easements there. I'll follow up more with you on that when the time is appropriate. Thank you.
Commissioner Mullen?
So I met with Stephen McFadden from the Port of Pasco and Randy Hayden, basically talking about the economic development and marketing for Franklin County. Also met with the assessor, auditor, and treasurer this past week to discuss various projects and concerns that are happening. And one of them being the salary commission and the progress that's taking place there. If we've actually found any representation from the professional field and how they're going about recruiting those people. That was one of the items that came up. So other than that, that's all I have for right now. So.
Okay, well, last week was our Ben Franklin Health Board meeting, and we brought up again about the mask and children and being on these hot buses with no air conditioning. I think it's a concern for parents and their children, and the fact that they're proven that the human mouth is one of the dirtiest mouths there is. The dog's mouth's actually cleaner than ours, and we're breathing all the bacteria back into our lungs, which isn't good for children. Ben Franklin Workforce Development, great meeting there. Found out that in the nursing community as well as in the farming community, we're having a hard time finding people to work because the incentive not to work with the amount of money that's been given out by the federal government is hindering the ability to hire people. And with all the growth that we got going on right now with out there, we're going to find the same thing. And it was also discussed about low-income housing with the price of our houses and as high as they're getting. These level jobs out there that we're going to see created with this growth is not going to be able to pay the bills for a house. So we're going to have to be looking at low-income housing for these people to be able to reside here. Had the Franklin County budget meeting, and Franklin County is looking very good on our budget cycle. The only problem that arose from the whole outlay was the planning and building. We have a deficit of $104,000. That's the only department that's lagging. And so it's one of those things that I think that our staff, and we got to get it up to snuff so that we can get these permitting all done. EWOC, Eastern Washington County of Governments, we had a meeting last Friday, good meeting. Talked a lot about the wolves, about the cougars, the predators, what it's doing, because the EWOC is concentrating on all Eastern Washington. So it's all the way up north, all the way down south. Also on the adjudication of the water, just a great discussion. And there was a call for all the counties in Eastern Washington to unite. So we need to probably be part of that, getting together with these other county governments and formulating a group of counties, which is more powerful than a single county's voice. And the last thing is that on this day, this day has made history because this is the day when Piper Mitchell first came to work at Franklin County 34 years ago. And I want to thank you for your service to Franklin County, Piper.
We invited the whole staff just to run upstairs.
Just goes to show you,
Congratulate her and show her our support as well.
just goes to show you how much you're loved.
Actually, I don't have much of a life. When I came to work, the person before me that had the longest in our office was 10 years, and I said, "Are you guys crazy? Who stays in the job 10 years?" Of course, I was only in my 20s.
Well, thank you, Piper, and this just goes to show how much you're loved, so thank you.
It's a good place to work.
All right, with that, we'll move down to the .09 Economic Development Annual Recommendations. Steve?
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
How are you today? Keith, I believe you have a report, or do you want me to just take it?
Just jump right in. I think
Okay.
you're good to go.
So as you know, once a year, the county brings the .09 committee together for the purpose of seeking proposals from our local government partners for important economic development projects that can be eligible for funding through your economic development fund. That fund was established but via state law, provides a portion of collected sales tax to support economic infrastructure projects that result in a growth in the local tax base and the creation of new high-paying jobs. So we started the process in April by sending out the traditional notifications inviting all the local governments and TRIDEC to participate. We received a total of 4 proposals, and I believe you have a report summary for those proposals, but I'll go over those. Franklin County applied for $85,000 for the HAPO Center for the energy study, which would lead to upgrades to the air conditioning and the arena portion of the building. The city of Pasco applied for $1 million for the processed water reuse facility for upgrades to the potable water and electrical system. TRIDEC applied for its annual $20,000 for recruitment leads and staff support for recruitment in the Franklin County region. And then the Port of Pasco applied for $1 million for Railroad Avenue improvements along the Ryman Industrial Center as a direct result of the Darigold project announcement. As you may recall, we're expecting 150 semi-truck loads a day, 365 days a year there. So those 4 projects were reviewed by the committee. Additionally, Keith prepared a financial review and indicated that there was about $3.2 million available in the fund. These 4 requests seek $2.1 million in total funding. I also want to point out that if you look at your policy for economic development, you tap projects out traditionally at $500,000 unless the project has substantial meaning. And so from our perspective, mine is the secretary of the committee, but from the committee members' perspective, these projects all meet the need of substantial and economic development. The Port of Pasco project will result in a minimum of $500 million worth of private investment and the creation of 200 full-time jobs with the potential for 1,000 direct and indirect jobs around dairy processing. And then the city of Pasco's request for the processed water reuse facility serves our prime traditional ag industrial project, and that is food processing. Currently with 6 food processors using that facility, that's been well used and overused and needs much improvement. And those improvements will help make it possible for us to move forward in the future with bringing additional food processors to town. And I can say that the Port of Pasco has a new tire kicker right now currently that is in the food processing vein. And I think that we will continue to see those kinds of site selection processes occur. And there's a lot of energy and excitement around the Duragold announcement. So I believe the .09 committee unanimously recommended your support and approval for these 4 funding requests.
Anything to add, Keith?
No, I would extend my appreciation to, particularly to Stephen, for doing most of the legwork on getting this organized, but appreciate the committee's input and debate and discussion of these items. And I throw my full support behind these proposals.
Questions, commissioners?
So I'll just offer an observation. Major projects require major infrastructure and investment, so the numbers don't surprise me. The only hesitation I've had about this is that this is not the end of the line. We'll continue to seek other projects and other development, and we've cut our budget fairly thin in terms of reserves should a great opportunity show up on our doorstep tomorrow, but bird in the hand, bird in the bush. And I think given the lead time that it takes to attract and acquire a major project like this, I think the fund will probably recover sufficiently. But I think we always want to be careful not to cut it too thin. And happy to move for approval of resolution 2021-167. Understand there'll probably be some more discussion, but that's the motion to approve.
How are we doing on available power to attract new businesses?
In Franklin County, the need for expanded infrastructure support is constant. Power is a challenge, wastewater is a challenge, but they're not insurmountable. And one of the great things about coming to Franklin County is getting to experience the coalition of conversation that occurs. The county, the city, the port, the PUD are regularly talking about infrastructure needs together and how we can get to the next level of expansion and service for future industrial recruitment. At the Ryman, the solution is the construction of a new substation that the PUD has done some preliminary design work on. We know what we're looking at in terms of a price tag, but that would give us an additional 60 megawatts of power. And they also have some options to purchase power from other suppliers, including a potential relationship with Avista. So there's a lot of different ways to solve these challenges. It's a matter of being able to roll up your sleeves and work together. And when you talk about public utility infrastructure, it's not a short discussion or a short path. So constant consideration of what we're going to need in the future is a priority. And I think, Commissioner, that I will say these same things to you 10 years from now, as this region continues to be one of the fastest growing ones in the state.
Yeah, I guess with the talk of breaching the dams, I just want to make sure that it's important that everyone realizes that we are struggling for available power, and we'll need that available power to attract new businesses.
You're 100% correct.
Thank you.
Okay, my question is $1 million to the city of Pasco for processed water reuse facility.
Mm-hmm.
And this is currently that reuse facility out there has been giving the people who live there on that road problems with the odor, especially when the wind is blowing in the wrong direction or it's stagnant air. How can we be assured that this is going to be remedied here?
So I think the expert in the room is Public Works Director Steve Worley, who is right here. And I do believe a lot has been done to mitigate that at this stage, and more is continuing.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity. And to address your question, I think it was a couple of years ago I stood before the board and was looking at this same opportunity for funding through the 09 program. And at that time, we had a discussion about the odor issue, and we promised to address that with the money that we received through the .09 program. And so we did. And one of the things that we did, as I mentioned at that time, was cleaned out a very large 5 million gallon sedimentation pond where it was full of water and sediment, and it just sat there for years. And we felt like that was a very huge source of the odor that was coming from the facility. So that pond is now completely cleaned out, and it has made a huge difference in the odor. We We have not had the same number of complaints that we've had in the past. As a matter of fact, I've only heard of one recently. And unfortunately, because of the way the facility operates, we do still have to use some of our larger ponds for storage of the wastewater when the farmers are actually harvesting their crops and we can't put water on the fields. And so while they're harvesting and then they're tilling and they're replanting, we have to store that water. And with this hot weather that we've been having, that water tends to heat up. And when it heats up to a certain point, it will actually flip. And the stuff on the bottom that has been sitting there decomposing tends to come to the surface. And so the best thing we can do in that situation is to get the water out of the ponds as quickly as we can. Our normal operation is as the water comes in, we pump it out. And so those types of scenarios don't happen very often. But when they do, it's usually because we're unable to put the water on the fields. So we really believe that that has been addressed, but we continue to move forward with identifying updated pre-treatment methods as we continue to add more processors, and especially Darigold. Darigold will be sending one of their waste streams to the reuse facility, and they have very clean water, and so that's going to help us a lot as well.
Good. That's, so you've only had one complaint this year.
That's all I have heard about, yes.
Okay, because I've also talked to some of the neighbors and how it's been going, and they said it seems to have gotten better. Did you do anything on the screening of the solids that are coming from the processing plants? Have you reduced the amount of solids that are coming in there?
We have not yet. We have a new irrigation pump station right now, and we are looking at adding some additional screening to that process because there's a lot of material that's coming from the processors that's actually going out to the pivots, and it's clogging up the pivots.
Yep.
But and our pumps can handle it, but the pivots can't.
Yep.
And so we will be looking at ways to do it. But as I mentioned a couple of years ago, one of the other improvements that we made to our system is that we took one of the corners of the farm fields and we built a drying bed, which means, you know, basically a big asphalt pad where we take the solids now from the sedimentation ponds and we take them out to the fields, we dump it, and we let it dry out in the middle of the field rather than at the reuse facility.
Are you composting that?
We aren't. We have to get permission from Ecology to do that first. And we have submitted a request. We had to test the material, make sure it was okay, and we put that request into Ecology. But right now we haven't got a response back. And so we basically let it dry out and then we pick it back up, we take it to a landfill.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You bet.
Commissioner, I have one more thing I'd like to add.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Peck, I also wanted to point out that there is $1 million in reserve for the purpose of an emergent project. So essentially, if another Darigold surfaced tomorrow and was going on a really rapid timeline, the port or the city or the county could look at whether or not they would come to you for access to those emergent funds as well for infrastructure projects.
Was it you or Keith in the presentation that gave a total request and a total balance in the fund?
Correct. That was me. So we are,
I thought I heard like 2.1 and 2.3 or something.
3.4, 2.1, we're down to 1.3
Yeah.
with an emergency of 1 million. So we're actually at 2.3.
Our policy includes a reservation of the $1 million for emergent economic activities, as well as a half year of our bond payments. Portion of that income is used to pay some bonds that will be paid off, I think, in 2022. So that will be our last bond payment.
So with
I think I
the,
just misheard the total that you gave, sorry.
yeah, the debt service reserves is $350,000 a year. And then the emergent project reserve is $1 million a year. And based on those two numbers and previous expenses, there was $3.252 million available and requests for 2.1.
so Keith, with that, what is, with the emergence of our sales tax revenue, what is the estimated revenue every year?
We're
from the
getting
port?
about $2 million in
A year?
revenue.
All right. And with the increase in population, it'll grow. All righty. With that, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
There's been a motion and a second. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, with that, we'll move down to the public hearing for vacation of easement 2021-02, 531 Libby Road, which is already open. It's been open since July 13th. Have we had any public comment, Keith?
I have not received any additional comments.
No additional comment.
No.
Okay, so it's still open. So Derek, proceed.
So when initially presented, the board had some questions. Staff has gone back and addressed those questions. One was to communicate and confirm with legal that we weren't missing a potential user of that facility, the easement. And then the originator, whether he still had an interest. Staff has communicated with Mr. Carr, who originated the easement. His only concern was to ensure that Mr. Capitula was aware of this vacation. I notified him that, yes, he's actually a co-applicant in the application. Then Mr. Carr asked for me to send what we had, and he would send us anything he had, just in case there was some missing documentation. Staff did perform that, provided him with the documents that we had gathered as far as all the different easement docs and things like that. He indicated he didn't really have anything in addition to add. So he acknowledged to staff that his interest was that he had no interest since the sale of the property. Legal department also reviewed the record, the documents on file and recorded, and determined that there are no other parties other than Mr. Gordon and Mr. Capitula who have an interest, active interest in that easement. And then finally, in that review, we realized that there was in the application, the applicant had put the wrong AFN number. Staff did confirm with the applicant that is the AFN, the one before us. The easement number is 554-778. That is the intended easement to be vacated. The applicant's application had 554-776. So that's kind of where things sit. More than happy to answer any questions.
Questions, commissioners?
Yeah, Derek, the request for legal is actually to look at the recorded documents and see if they constituted a legal easement or whether it was someone, private individual, who simply recorded a map, a document. I can go record a document tomorrow that says, I think you're the smartest guy in the world. Probably not going to do that, but
I appreciate
but the point is, anybody can go record a document. It doesn't make for an easement.
Correct.
And at least what I've been provided for information suggests that was not an easement. And there were two ways I see to cure that. One was to rescind that original document. The other would be to assume that it is an easement, which I don't believe it is, but let's just go down that path for a minute. Assume it is an easement. Then there have to be at least two or more parties, and there has to be consideration, exchange of benefits, money, something, right? For it to be a legal contract in the state. So you went and you talked to, excuse me, the owner of the adjoining land, right? And I think you're saying that that's J.R. Carr.
He's the one who originally owned Mr. Capitula's property and is the one who recorded that easement.
Okay. He owned it or Jack Carr owned it, and it's currently owned by him or by the Carr Estate Trust. This is a not uncommon scenario in that part of the county where a lot of the lands that belong to Jack Carr went into a trust. So I'm just asking, is the land owned by the trust?
At this point, the Carrs have no interest in the property. They sold the property to Mr. Capitula. So I apologize. I did not go back that far because the Carrs no longer had an ownership interest in the property.
Okay. I don't think that's relevant, but that's fine. We'll gloss over that. You can have an access easement to another piece of property. I mean, an easement is an access right, and it isn't necessarily to your land. It could be to someone else's. But anyway, I guess the simplest solution at this point is, do you have anything in writing from the other party in this alleged easement saying that they waive all interest, they're good with it being vacated?
Do I have anything in writing from the
Well,
two?
you're telling me who the other party is, and I'm questioning whether or not you've got that right, but I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt and say, okay, you've identified the two parties, Mr. Gordon, and either the Jack Carr estate or J.R. Carr or someone else, okay? But what I'm hearing you say is that you believe you've identified who the other party is, the other owner, okay, with this easement. You got an easement, you got an agreement, you got Mr. Gordon, and you got some other party. I just want to be assured that this some other party, you have something in writing from them that says, yeah, we waive all interest and you can vacate this thing.
Okay, I do not have a document in writing from Mr. Carr waiving.
Do you have an email?
easement. I have, well, I'd have to go back and check, but I believe I did. We had an email communication when I sent him over the documents that we had. I just can't remember the language that was in it
Okay.
specifically.
All I'm trying to do is
Mhm.
prevent a situation where someone shows up later and says, whether it really was a legal easement or not, by vacating it, you, the county, have acknowledged that it's an easement, and therefore I had a right and I didn't give it up. So I'm simply looking to make sure that party two has in some way on the record said, yep, it can go away. I don't have a problem with it being vacated. And a phone call is helpful, probably not good enough.
Okay.
An email, I could even live with an email, something where we've got a record that we can go back and say, yeah, the actual owner of that easement, because I don't recall the date that the easement was put into place, assuming it really is an easement.
It was in 990. It was when the surveyor certificate and it was recorded. 98, sorry, 98.
98. Okay, well, I'm not a lifetime Franklin County resident. I don't remember the year that we lost Jack Carr, but maybe somebody else does.
The,
In any case, the question is, was it an easement owned by Jack Carr and now is owned by his estate? Or is it's actually properly his trust, and the trust does own a fair amount of property?
right, so some of that analysis was, or the basis of staff's position at this point, as far as it being cleared for vacating, was legal, reviewed the documentation and also determined that the only parties of interest at this point are Mr. Capitula and Gordon, due to the limited access that it provides and the property owners involved. And
Okay, let's
So-
go ahead in the interest of time. Let's move forward.
Okay.
I don't think that there's adequate record for it. I suspect these two gentlemen will be okay with approving it. And we can go from there. Thanks.
Any other questions? I'd entertain a motion, or I guess if there is no more discussion, I will close the open public meeting and look for a motion.
I make the motion that we approve resolution 2021-144.
I'll second it for discussion.
There's been a motion and a second discussion.
I don't have any further comments.
Hearing no other comments, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
And I vote nay, opposed, on the basis that I don't think the record is sufficient.
That'd be noted. Okay, with that, we'll move on down to Sheriff's
thank you.
Office body cam presentation. Hot seat right there.
The hot seat. Good morning. For those of you who don't know me, as of yesterday, I'm the new commander at the Sheriff's Office, Monty Huber. Thank you
Congratulations.
for this
Congrats.
opportunity. Having said on a council before, I suspect you have two burning questions for me. What it is I'm proposing and how much is it going to cost, which we'll get there at some point. As you know, our legislature has imposed several new laws, and some of those took effect July 25th. And within that, let me get to it, is House Bill 1223. And within House Bill 1223, and Sean was going to join me this morning, and he must have got caught up in something, but. Oh, okay. Thank you, Sean. Comes a requirement to record confessions and conversations. There's a way to do that, but the best way to do that is for the deputies to have a body cam. And I've done some research. There's some new companies that are coming out of the woodwork because of this bill. But the best one that I have found is through the Axon company. It seems to be the best fit for the agencies within the Tri-Cities. And here's just some more legal definitions covered in House Bill 1223. So this includes when they're under the control of law enforcement agency, to include the back of the patrol car. So that's where the body cam would be beneficial for the deputy to have that recording if they're going to interview somebody in the back of the patrol car, which happens a lot of the time.
Let me slip in a question here. Would that include if you had a stop and you were questioning somebody adjacent to their vehicle on a highway somewhere? Is that a place of detention?
Absolutely.
Okay, so it's not just in the back of the car. It could be standing outside the car behind the patrol car.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
It's detention is described when they understand they're not free to leave. And some felony crimes and some juvenile where it's mandated that the recording takes place. So we're already looking at policies in regards to the implementation of the body-worn cameras. And it's the most practical way that we can accomplish this and follow the true meaning of the new law.
If you could go back.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. I didn't know when you wanted me to chime in.
Yeah.
One of the main things about this bill that is frustrating, frankly, is the legislature did everything they could to avoid creating a situation where it was an unfunded mandate. So as you've seen, it's the most practical way to comply with this law. So the problem is you can go from a detention or an interview with a suspect could quickly turn into a custodial detention. And at that point, when you're getting that information in real time, it's hard to say, hold on, we're going to transport you now back to the station where we have the video recording equipment and then conduct an interview. From a practical standpoint, and we've had the benefit, Pasco PD is the only law enforcement agency in Tri-Cities that has body-worn cameras with the same proposed system, the vendor of Axon, which seems to be probably I would say probably 90%, if not greater, throughout the country of the product that is used. But anyway, this is why it's concerning, is because you could change from an interview situation very quickly to custodial interrogation, and that's what we're trying to avoid. We don't want to have a situation where detectives are actively investigating a case. It transitions from an interview, turns into now custodial interrogation. And now, because they don't have the body worn camera, all of a sudden it puts a stop in a damper into the investigation. So that's why I think it's a good system, and like he's done by addressing some of these issues. That's really what makes it now. It's almost a need, but they were crafty around it to where it wasn't mandated, but they put it to where all practical purposes for law enforcement, if you don't have body worn cameras by January, you're essentially going to be at a loss, and we're potentially going to lose evidence or be found in violation, and that could create a different string of circumstances where the court could then either suppress not only the statement, but possibly suppress additional evidence from the case, which would be harmful, obviously, for our purposes of trying to eventually get a conviction in court.
So obviously, these materials have to be retained as records, whether they're releasable or not. Are you comfortable that the means to do that meets the Privacy Act requirements and evidence requirements? And we don't need to drill down the details. I just need to know that you're comfortable that that system meets all those standards.
Yeah, and just so you know how it works right now with Pasco, they just reissued their contract or signed on to a contract. This information is stored on the cloud. It's very helpful for our sake because it's an outside agency. Those records are retained on their system. They share a link with us, and that same link is the same link that's shared with Defense Counsel. So we're not actually physically possessing those records. One thing I think the commissioner should be aware is that this does create a public record, and eventually that's
Right.
going to be a demand for someone is going to have to review those records, whether it's a combination of someone in our office or certainly in the sheriff's office. And that's one thing that I frankly feel that the legislature has not adequately addressed is there is a high public interest to have body worn cameras for protecting the public. Anytime there's a use of force issue, things like that, they should have crafted out an exemption so that we don't have to search through every single deputy or every single officer's patrol hours, because if these body cameras are on, typically they're going to be rolling most of their shift. That's potentially hours that have to be reviewed to look for certain things. Now, people making a request do have to be somewhat specific. You can't just say, I want all of the sheriff's body worn camera coverage for the month of January or whatever. They have to be somewhat limited. But that is an issue, and it is an area of growing cost because someone has to do review of those record requests that come in to make sure that we're not releasing people's privacy interests. Deputies show up at a domestic violence case, someone might not be properly clothed. You're seeing a victim and probably their worst situation of their whole life up to that point. So there's going to be a need for redaction. Pasco handles the redaction because they have the software with the Axon system. I'm sure that would be something that would be included with this that does assist in blurring out certain images, and it makes the process easier. But it is time consuming because it is, there are man hours involved for being able to fulfill those requests and trying to do it in a timely manner. It is helpful. I mean, it certainly helped our cases where we have body worn cameras. In fact, you've probably seen recently with Pasco, allegations were made that, hey, this is what happened. Well, Pasco PD ended up releasing the actual body worn cameras, and it was able to show that the officers actually performed exactly what they were supposed to do. They were professional, they were courteous, they weren't doing the allegations that were alleged. So I think it's a great system for public transparency. It certainly helps us on the prosecution side, but also it does increase a lot of the time that we have, because now looking apples to apples for case reviews, it takes our office and our deputies a lot longer time in preparation of the case, because now we have hours of potential body worn camera videos that are capturing an event. And so that means each case now takes us a lot longer in our review process as well. But anyway, I just wanted to answer that question there of clarifying what the law requires and why on a practical basis, it essentially requires us to go this way.
So just to reiterate there, Sean, what I think I heard you say was that this is under the Freedom of Information Act, but they will have to be reviewed by your office before they can be released to the request.
The sheriff's office does a tremendous amount of public records review work already, and this will add to that. And so we work in conjunction with them because sometimes there's specific exceptions that may apply. And so we work well with their office in making sure that we've addressed it before something goes out. But it'll be primarily be the sheriff's office that will be reviewing some of that, but it'll also be our office too, for legal review and making sure we've complied with all the exceptions and protecting privacy interests where it needs to be protected. But also typically we've avoided a lot of the litigation that has gone on throughout the state by having a policy that our policy is to try to release as much as possible, trying to make it as transparent as possible, trying to release as much as possible. But also we have to be mindful, people do have a privacy interest as well. If we release something that should have been redacted or whatnot, and someone's information was released, there's also a reason there. So we are cautious, and I think both of our offices have become very well acquainted with the Public Records Act over the last few years, especially as this area has grown.
And Sean, I would point out, it is subject to the Public Records Act. It would not be subject to FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, unless there's a federal actor involved.
Right. I take that to be, generally speaking,
I understand. I make the distinction because we do sometimes interface with federal officers and marshals or otherwise, and it would, under those circumstances, come under FOIA. It's just I
That
think,
would be a different, that would be a different review. We do have some joint task forces. I don't believe we have members from the sheriff's office on one of those right now, but I believe Pasco PD does have people.
yeah,
So we have it.
one federal agent involved and then it's both.
Okay.
Thank you, Sean.
So with that, I think we were given it. Are you going to go over the funding of it right now?
Well, I was going to get to that point.
Yep, okay.
A lot of the stuff that I was going to talk about, Sean just touched on, but I'd like to follow up with this particular company. There are a lot of companies out there, and you can piecemeal something together, but it's not going to interact with the car, and it's not going to interact with the body cam. The idea is that we employ all of our resources to minimize the impact of the use of force. And one of the ways that we do that is with the taser. And our current taser is about 50% effective. So as part of this Axon package would come with the more current Taser 7, which is 90% effective. So adding another effective tool would be a part of this too. And it also has a camera system, and it interacts with the body cam and the dash cam. So as I get through my slides, you'll see that other agencies around the Tri-Cities have applied for or just became clients of Axon. And what that means for us is that if I show up to a Pasco scene and their camera comes on, my camera comes on because of the Bluetooth capabilities, and they talk to one another. So that's the advantage of having the same system. And that's why agencies Tri-City wide are looking at this particular company and what they offer. And so one of the, sitting through their demo, one of the things that this company offers is called evidence.com, and that's the cloud that Sean was talking about. And within the cloud, each one of these videos is signed to that particular deputy. So the camera in the car and on the body of the deputy is assigned to that particular person. So when you go in and you look up a deputy, it will show all their videos. So it's not just tagged as an agency, it's assigned to each individual. Some of the advantage, and this is kind of how the workflow goes. It's captured in the field. It's uploaded in the cloud. Each camera system has a cradle point where it's charging and uploading at the same time. And then like Sean was saying, that defense attorneys and prosecutors can be sent a link to a particular video where they can go in and capture that without the old system that we had where we had to make DVDs and multiple copies and then deliver each copy, sometimes 5 or 6, depending on the case. Yeah, very time consuming.
Before we swap slides there, I realize this is just sort of a rough depiction, but the far right column, the information flowing district attorney makes sense, and to a law enforcement station makes sense. And the press one is a little curious. I presume this all assumes that the middle block is the screen for public records. Is that the idea?
That would be the idea.
Because up there it says devices, apps, and people, but it doesn't of course flow automatically. It would, well, let me rephrase it. Would the district attorney go in or prosecuting attorney go in and pull the information as opposed to a push? It doesn't automatically flow to the prosecutor. So it's
No,
all by request. Okay.
correct, yeah. They'd have to be sent the link.
I think you made that, clear. It's just when I saw the arrow going to press and there's, no
Right.
obvious barrier there. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, if we were going to draw the lines and the arrows, it
Oh, yeah,
like a
it'd go
mess.
everywhere, right? The real question I should just ask is, this is all a pull system, not a push system. None of the data goes past the cloud until it's pulled by,
Right.
legitimate
The only
authority.
automatic is from the camera to the cloud.
perfect, thanks.
This is just some police chiefs around the nation and what they've said about Axon and the benefits. This is a photo of what the body cam would look like to be issued to the deputies, and it comes with a device that attaches to the front of the shirt. So, and it's haven't looked at Pasco's. It's on there. It's not. I mean, you pretty much have to rip the shirt to get the camera off. So. And that happens, yes. So the advantages of having the product, obviously decrease in litigation, and the cost saving part of it is the litigation, obviously. And with this package comes at the 2.5 year mark, Axon comes in and replaces all the existing equipment with brand new updated. So if they come out with a newer version within that 2.5 years, then they come in and they update everything that we have at the 2.5 year mark.
Is that a one-time or is it every 2.5 years?
Well, it's a 5-year deal. So
Okay.
at the 2.5 year mark, then they've updated. The taser part of it, they supply the training cartridges and they supply the cartridges, which is currently a cost for us in our budget, but that would be included in, and I think it's 5,000, but I'm not sure on that exact number, but. And like Sean was saying about the narrative, it's not that if we're going to be recorded, we know we're going to be recorded, but who's doing the recording and how much of the editing is, and then where it goes from there. So having the whole story, complaints are down, use of forces are down. And when people know that they're on camera, they typically act differently.
This seems like a good time to ask, generally speaking, there will always be exceptions, but generally speaking, how receptive is the law enforcement community here locally to the system, and any concerns from any of our union representation or?
I hadn't heard anybody oppose. I know for me personally, I'd want the camera.
Okay.
We have deputies that go out and do great things every day, and why not capture that?
Sure, but you've not heard any concerns locally, either from representation, unions, guilds?
Commissioner, maybe I can answer that question.
Sure.
The local chiefs and sheriffs.
Sheriff.
Won't mind.
Everybody wants to hear you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm assuming the answer is everybody's good with it, but it's just nice to
Yes.
have it on that record.
Actually, what you find is that the officers in the field they're agreeable to it. They don't have a choice, but you know, it is generally that they are agreeable to it. And all the local chiefs and sheriffs, we have sat down and talked about how do you develop a platform that works for everybody, and not only evidence-wise and all those type of things, but we all can use it to our advantage, for a lack of better words. So this system, Axiom Systems, is been approved by the local chiefs and sheriffs as this is what we're going to go to for all the obvious purposes. Pasco, as they said for many years, has been using in-car video and body cams, and they've really been kind of the guinea pigs of the process. And they use them every day with no complaints. I know of 0 complaints from unions about the use of body cams. And now, of course, it's going to be the law. I want to make sure that y'all understand that in this process, besides the body cam, there's going to be in-car camera. Every time a taser's pulled, the cameras, all of them are going to come on. And there's also gun holsters that I plan on putting on all my deputies' hips, that every time they pull their gun, all the cameras will come on. You're going to find that in the long run that it's going to be advantageous for the officers in the field. They're going to avoid a lot of accusations of criminal misconduct or violations of policies. And the system just tells the truth. Yeah. So
I can offer another perspective, take off my commissioner hat. As a citizen, I had the occasion to have a couple of dozen quote unquote friends visit my driveway a while back with their bullhorns, some of them open carrying firearms, which is their legal right, and I support that. But it was kind of interesting to pull all the body cam footage from Pasco PD. It creates a very nice record of everyone that was there and what behaviors they engaged in. And I think that's a real benefit to the public.
Yep. Yes.
So my question is, the camera comes on when you either taser or pull your weapon. Is it not on prior to that?
Well, essentially what happens is it's data in, data out. So, I mean, you can only store so much information. So anytime you do those type of things, that becomes evidence in the cloud, and it's held for certain periods of time. And so, you know, driving down the street and then the car camera's on, and it's just data in, data out, for a lack of better words. But anytime it becomes evidence or part of a case, it is all retained. And it's taken, you know, the manipulation of the product, it's taken out of the officer's hand or the deputy's hands, and no one can accuse them, if you will, of no, they turned the camera off and those type of things. And if they override the cameras, then it's not within policy, then it becomes problematic for the deputy or the officer. And that's the nice thing about this system. It's very advanced. I'm sure you're probably asking what the cost is. And the cost, my understanding, the cost is about $115,000 to $150,000 a year for this process. We're going to have to figure out how to come up with money. It's going to have to happen. It's a law.
About $3,000 a week.
One of them unfunded laws. Well, the research just speaks for itself. So that's how we got to this product. So sorry to interrupt, but I'll let him.
Yeah, no worries. So just to help answer your question a little bit, the cameras can be set up with and I'm not an sales rep or expert, but they can be set up to do a video loop, and that's up to the agency. So they can set it up for 30 seconds, 1 minute, or even up to 2 minutes, so that it's continuously doing that loop. so that if the camera is activated, then it will back up and record from whatever you have that time set to. So if you have it set for a minute loop, then it'll start with the recording a minute prior to the incident.
So it's just banking that data,
It is,
doesn't actually record it unless it gets activated, and then
Unless
it adds the previous minute or two.
correct, yes.
It's a great feature.
So you made the comment that people act differently when they know they're recorded. Is there an announcement made at a traffic stop or a confrontation that they're aware that they are being recorded? Or they
That's
just-
the way it was done in the past. I mean, it'd be up to the sheriff in terms of policy and how he wanted to present that. But normally you would announce that, hey, this conversation is being recorded. And then it's not like a small device that we're trying to hide on our
Sure.
collar or something, but it's right in the middle of the deputy's chest, and you can essentially point to it and say, look, you're now being recorded.
Okay.
And just if I could chime in, we are a two-party consent state, but this is one of the exceptions. If it's a public officer, law enforcement officer that's interacting, they just have to say, you're being advised. You can't refuse and say, well, I don't want to be recorded. That's not an option when it's involving a public law enforcement officer. They just have to inform you that it's being recorded and the person knows.
So Sean, if they don't advise, is it inadmissible or is it still admissible?
It really depends, because sometimes officers get involved in situations where because of the circumstances, things changed, and because now they have to go hands-on or do something else. It's basically as soon as practical.
Okay, it depends. Thanks.
And maybe Sean can speak to this too, but typically things recorded on camera are an easier sell to the jury for guilty pleas, and presenting that evidence would obviously reduce the time that the deputy would have to go to court to testify. So. And this is just more of agencies around the country and what they experienced in terms of citizen complaints and use of forces, and what percentage that dropped when they implemented the acts on body-worn cameras. And here's just an example of what the video would, the captured frame. The difference is between the 2 and the 3. The 2 is on the left, and then the one that we'd be getting in the clarity of that one is on the right. So just to show you real quick what that would look like in terms of capturing the evidence. One thing I didn't mention with the body-worn cameras, it comes with a GPS. So if a deputy gets into a situation where they're chasing someone, we can track where they're at. Especially with the newer officers and deputies, sometimes they get so engaged in a foot pursuit, they're calling out the wrong location. So everybody's running and trying to back them at the wrong location, but this wouldn't be an issue. So we'd be able to see exactly where they're at. They're very simple to operate. And what Axon would do is they come in, they send some folks in to offer some training to the deputies to show them exactly how everything works. One of the other features that this company offers is it's an app that you can put on your phone that you can text a link to a citizen, and they can, from their own phone, they can upload photos or video if they've captured something, and it goes straight to the case. It doesn't come to the deputy. It doesn't get emailed to the county or any of that. It just goes straight to the case. So that's a very nice feature. And it's comforting for the deputies to know that, hey, everything is being recorded. And this is just more of what we talked about, the evidence.com and all the features that it offers. A lot of this stuff has already been covered. This is what we're looking at. We're looking at body worn cameras, the in-car, the taser, and it also comes with the evidence.com. So that are the 4 things that Axon would be offering us in this package. So the body worn cameras and the tasers are one, and the in-car cameras would be another part of that. So this is a rough estimate. We haven't committed to anything with Axon, obviously, but I wanted for them to give me some rough numbers as to what this could potentially look like. And it is a 5-year commitment. And they do offer discounts for 50 or less sworn. So there would be things that we would be able to qualify for that the Bay Area agencies couldn't, obviously. So once we got farther down the road and we got agreements in place, then we'd have that exact number for you. So a rough estimate, the sheriff said 115,000. They give me 112,790. So they're in that ballpark. And that would be a reoccurring yearly cost. And talking to them, one of the questions may come up later, if we implement this in October, do we get a reduced rate? No, the yearly cost would be due in October, and then it'd be due again the following October. So whenever you started it, that would be when it would have to be paid in full. So Pasco PD is a current user. Kennewick PD is in talks with Axon. West Richland is current. We're obviously pending. Prosser PD just signed on. Adams County just signed on. Benton and Richland are all pending. So in terms of local users, that's about all of us.
Turn on with another camera from another county?
As long as it was Axon.
Gotcha.
And I was within the 30 feet with the Bluetooth range.
And I do believe that in our budget meeting, there was I know this was a mandate, but there was a one-time allotment of funds that was given to us for this. Was there not? No?
Can I interject on that? We did receive some money from the state legislature under a general principle of
Amount of that?
it was 300 and change. I'm not sure the exact amount. We did that last week.
Yes.
It doesn't specify that it's specifically for body cameras, but it's for general law enforcement purposes related to legislation that's been enacted.
Yeah, and this is not the only law enforcement cost due to the legislature. Let's be clear. It's just a drop in the bucket. But it all helps.
Already. So, I mean, there's already talk amongst the community that this is going to happen. And it has, the understanding throughout the community is it has to happen. So that's why that's in there.
So is there a viable alternative that we should be knowing about, or is this clearly the viable option in your opinion?
Haven't done the research on it because of the package. If you try to piecemeal, you're going to end up with things that don't talk to other things. And then you're going to end up with public records issues in trying to store all this, because it's going to be an astronomical amount of information that needs to be stored. And then several occasions we interact with other local agencies, and they're not going to have that ability to communicate with one another in terms of cameras. So it's going to give the appearance that you're trying to hide something if your camera doesn't come on. So
I can vouch for interoperability. Military services struggled with that for decades.
yes.
Air Force doesn't want to talk to the Navy and on, you get it. I heard a statistic yesterday from a gentleman that was not formally representing WASPIC, but he's associated. It was in the WASAC call. And if I remember correctly, he said that Washington State as a whole spending per capita on law enforcement puts us 51st out of the 50 states, District of Columbia being the extra one. So nobody in the country spends less on law enforcement than per capita than we do in Washington, if I understood that statistic. I think he said as a state, we'd have to spend somewhere in the neighborhood of 600 or 650 million or more per year just to move to position 50. So just reinforces what I've always thought. Roads and public safety are core missions for the county. So thanks.
I have a question for Sean. Quickly, does this statute apply to private security, loss prevention specialists at department stores, those kinds of folks that may be detaining somebody for a brief investigation?
Not to my knowledge, it's pretty clear the language was directed towards law enforcement agency, and it defines in the statute what a law enforcement agency is. So there is some question that was raised about if a person that is a full-fledged law enforcement officer and they're engaging in private security, there's some issue that may come in where it would not be required in that kind of circumstance, but when they're as a law enforcement agency as defined, it would be required. So, yeah, like Walmart, other things, they might put in place their own policy for their own issues, but it doesn't fall under this one.
Thank you.
So how long has the Pasco Police Department used this equipment, and have they had any issues with it?
2018.
I believe it's since 2018. And from my understanding and talking to them, their only regret at this point is when they initially got it, they didn't get the better in-car camera.
Okay.
So
Well,
they,
So Pasco PD has used Axiom since 2018, but Pasco PD has actually used in-car video and other haulings leading up to where we're at today since, I want to say about 2000, year 2000. When I became sheriff, we actually had, and I'm air quoting this for you, in-car video, which was removed because it's problematic how it was being done. You have to be very careful with that. I think why we're here today, and maybe others can fill it in, is we're looking for some sort of direction of an approval from you all for us to go out and start bringing down the actual cost to what they really are.
Because we're in public session, we're allowed to express opinions. It doesn't, we can't do that in executive session, but in public. As I've said before, and I'll continue to say, law enforcement is one of our core missions as a county. I think as a state, we don't contribute as much to law enforcement as we should. The only question I have is whether or not the money is better spent for additional deputies or for this system. Frankly, we need both, but I think everything I've seen today, I think it's well justified, and I certainly support it.
You know, while the cost is substantial, I believe that the cost savings would be in the fact that I would think it would lower possible litigation. I think it protects the policemen's personally, so that there is a record of what happens, and yeah, I support it.
I too support it. My only question would be that since there are 4 entities within the Tri-City area that are already on it, and there's 4 that are looking at it, have we looked at combining with those other 4 that don't have it and creating a bigger, less expensive that we could cost share and reduce the cost?
Well, it's actually per user. The cost for the larger agencies is, it's going to be higher than what it is for the
I
sheriff's office.
I think the commander actually said the smaller units that
We get some bit of a break, yeah.
get some bit of a break, and that you don't get a break for being in a large group. The assumption being a bigger body can afford it.
Yeah.
Monty used the word pending with those agencies.
Yeah.
I personally know that each one of those agencies and their chiefs and or their sheriffs, that they're all going to go to Axiom because it just makes too much sense. Because it just, just
Everything's
combines
working
us.
together.
Yeah, everything's working and
Yes.
orchestrated and
Yes. One other question, Monty, was that you talked about the improvements and the updates. Do they come in and do that without cost, or is that an additional cost?
Zero cost.
Zero cost for all the updates?
Correct.
you know, probably the hugest cost savings, to be quite honest with you, is the uploading of the evidence in the cloud, in opposed to, some big frame hardware, software system in-house that you're trying to do that with. And so it's actually a great feature for it to all go up in the cloud and be held, by a company that holds that evidence, and then, everybody then distributes based on the law and those type of things.
The liability, just the liability of running your own storage system for that kind of data is
Crazy.
crazy. Yeah, I wouldn't even consider it.
And as we begin the process, we're not asking for an FTE for all the public disclosure rests that come in. We're gonna take a wait and see what really happens with that. But I suspect that will become an issue in the future, but we can address that when the time comes.
Are you also looking at grants that you could probably put in for this, or have you already looked into it?
Yeah, I know of no grants for this other than what's just been mentioned right now. But trust me, if grants become available, we'll start writing.
Okay.
I think it's fair to dub the king of grants in Franklin County after what I've seen with boats and other equipment.
We'll do our very best to save the taxpayer through this process. But, that's
So-
where we're at.
Are we looking for a motion today or just consensus?
Yeah, I think right now we'll give them the instruction to go bring forward a resolution with the contract.
Okay, we can do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good.
All right, with that, we'll move down to reorganization of assessors administrative positions. John? Carly?
Good morning, Commissioners. As I indicated in the read ahead, and as the assessor had presented to you all in March, kind of a forward-looking vision for long-term success of the assessor's office. Over the past few months, he's narrowed that down to what that looks like. And the proposal brought to you today is to restructure the administrative division of that office, to change what are uniquely titled positions to a deputy assessor position, to give him more flexibility. It is more consistent with some of the other elected offices. And then add a senior deputy assessor classification, which really fills a need in between those deputy assessor positions and the chief deputy assessor. I don't think anyone's been shy with this board to indicate that the workload associated with the chief deputy assessor position right now is large, and probably larger than most people that aren't Piper can handle, quite frankly. And so, both looking ahead for succession planning with upcoming retirements and things, and also, again, a long-term structure that can change more readily with the needs of the office. is the proposal today. The one change that we're bringing to you is the addition of an FTE into that senior deputy assessor position. The other two deputy assessor positions are existing positions, just with a change of title. So ultimately, it's just the addition of one FTE with a 2021 cost of just under $15,000 coming from the contingency fund to round out this year, and then obviously would carry forward in the next budget. It's kind of the down and dirty, but I'm here to answer any questions as well as
Questions,
the assessors
Commissioner?
here as well.
Questions, Commissioner?
Maybe some observations. First, there's an obvious reason why a county of 500,000 people has more employees than a county of 100,000, right? As the county grows, you simply need more people to do the work. And there's no question that we've been growing, and there's no question that that's placed additional workload on the assessor's office. But likewise, it's placed additional burden on every other office, whether it's the planners or IT or the assessors or law enforcement. And I have said many times over the years that I believe that the assessor's office was, this is back in Steve Mark's day, was one of the examples of efficiency, where they continued to use better technology and computers and software to avoid the need for more people. But at some point, it becomes inevitable. My real focus now, though, is the timing. I mean, we're getting ready to walk right into the budget process for next year. And because growth affects every office, not just the assessor, I think it's appropriate for us to look at this as part of the budget process, where we look at the requests for FTEs from all the departments in the county, not just one. To do this one in isolation, especially on the eve of the budget for next year, to me seems premature. Not to suggest that the need isn't there, not to suggest that it isn't something they need fairly soon. But I think from an equity and a fairness standpoint, we ought to hear from all the departments and consider all the requests for FTEs going into the current budget cycle.
So I can address that a little bit, Commissioner. One of the biggest reasons for the immediate need now is also for planning for retirements. If I wait till next year for the budget cycle now to get me the one employee,
it would be January.
We'll be in big trouble. I've got people retiring right around that time. So I can't go into specifics and detail of who, what, or how. However, we have two individuals that have already announced retirement dates to me, tentative, and we do not have the staff trained or the support to be able to handle what will occur January 1 if we don't have them in place. So this is one FTE. Currently would be about $14,000 on this year's budget. However, I doubt that we get that filled in the next week or two. So it'll be diminishing that. We also have another opening now in the appraisal department. We have an appraiser that is leaving. And so we're posting, but that won't get filled. So the majority of that $14,924 is actually going to get chewed up in current budget.
Yeah, I don't think the issue is the 14,000 or even the salary. It's the equity with departments. Obviously, the position is going to cost more per year than 14,000. So that's correct. That's frankly not relevant to the discussion. But I do hear what you're saying about timeliness, and I guess I'm assuming that you've just now learned about these retirements. This isn't something we've known for any time.
Real recent. Very recent. I think Carly and I have been working on this for 2-3 weeks, and we knew about that time of one, and since then I've gotten the tentative notice of the second. So like I'd mentioned in our March program, 3 out of 4 of the front people are eligible for retirement, and I'm assuming from the word that I've gotten, at least 2 of them will be gone shortly, at least before we can certainly deal with the need for next year. Now, so I will be requesting in the budget another FTE for next year, other than this one, just so you know. because of that other position that will be retiring, but I don't need it before the end of the year. This one we do.
So if you, I mean, we're talking about adding an FTE here, and it sounds like you're commingling that with a separate issue, which is the retirement piece. When these individuals retire, those FTEs still exist. You still have authority to hire for them. If you are coming in to ask for authority to do early hires for those positions, so that you could bring somebody in now for 3 or 4 months to overlap with someone who's got a scheduled retirement, that would make a lot of sense
If I
to
could
me.
get
But
like
adding the
people,
additional position
yeah,
is a separate issue.
correct. And if I could get like people that would have the qualifications of somebody with 30 plus years to step in 6 months and get trained and be able to do that, that's not possible. So one person is not going to replace one person.
So how does, okay, so you're saying you need the extra position, which would be a new person coming in
Correct.
and learning the system too.
Correct. And then you've got, once they're in and established, you'll end up hiring for a person once they retire. Because no one individual is going to keep up along with the growth that we have in the county and the needs that we have. We've basically 2 administrative people and a chief deputy that's running the entire administrative front office section in the county that's the fastest growing in 20 years, and the staffing that we had 20 years ago. Even with technology,
Sure. I
it
know the
can't be
history.
kept up. Just can't do it.
Yeah.
So, yep.
So how important would it be for this new full-time employee to learn from the existing? And how much could they learn in this time before they retire?
Depends on how quick I can bring them on board. There are specific things that only the individuals who are going to retire know how to do. Period. Nobody else knows how to do. They have not had cross-training. We've started some. There's been little bits of it, but without enough staffing, you can only do so much. So there's going to be a critical learning curve that, say, the next 5-6 months, I anticipate it's going to take a month or so to probably get somebody on board, get them into the position, and then they're going to have maybe 4, 5, 6 months to get in and learn it. And it cannot be learned in 5 or 6 months. A portion of it can, but the totality of it cannot be learned in 5 or 6 months in just reality.
Carly,
So-
is there a mechanism?
I'm sorry?
A question for Carly. Is there a mechanism whereby the 2 FTEs that have indicated their intent to retire, is there a mechanism for us to authorize filling those early, doubling those positions for the next 5 or 6 months so that they can work side by side with the incumbents? That's a year's worth of learning between the 2 of them. How would we do that? To me, that seems to be a much more effective way to capture the experience and expertise that's there now. And we could bring in 1 additional FTE, but we're going to have two vacancies and 2 more brand new people, and 1 person with 6 months. And you've just told us 6 months isn't long enough to learn the job. So I don't know how that new person with 6 months is going to train the other 2 new people. So the question is, how do we hire 2 people now to parallel the 2 existing positions that have indicated intent to retire?
In terms of the mechanism for that, that's something we do fairly frequently once we have an established retirement date for somebody. It ultimately comes down to a budget question. If it's within the department's budget for, whatever reason, then we just have that overlap. If there needed to be an increase, particularly the personnel lines, then it would need to be by resolution.
Okay,
approved by
so
the
simple
board.
resolution and funding. It seems to me that gives us the most overlap, the most training, the most immediate solution. You can start hiring right away. And then the question of additional staffing can be considered in the budget along with all the other departments that are going to have similar requests to make sure that we're being equitable. We have made, I think, fairly significant support for the assessor's office, and I think other departments in the county probably through the budget process deserve equal consideration on new positions. But I do support the idea of a resolution and funding to allow for those two positions pending retirement to immediately be filled to get 6 months worth of on-the-job training and frankly, additional help over the next 6 months, not just the training, but the extra people power.
If I can address some of that, Commissioner, and I appreciate your thought process on there, but to throw two new people in there at this time would not be beneficial. One new person, the senior individual, would be beneficial. That could work right hand in hand, learning some of the things that they would need to be able to learn. The other individual I wouldn't need in until next year in the budget process, or this year's budget process for next year. Part of it, we've got to have the room, we've got to have the desks, and we haven't gotten moved yet. And so I couldn't even seat two people right now. Wouldn't even fit.
So then just hire one.
That's correct. One right now with the senior position, because that individual would be looking at.
But that's a new position, and that's my
correct.
issue.
That is a new position, and to get the kind of individual we need that type of level, a 16 category, not a 14 or that the other deputy assessors are. We would need that 16, and they would have to know that there's some longevity in it if they were to transfer in and take that type of position, or we were to hire somebody. So they would need some of that assurance in their own mind for me to be able to probably get somebody to look at it seriously. So that's why I was saying this one position, which we need anyway, then as we get openings, we certainly will come to you with the needs prior to.
So I want to be clear. I'm not taking a position on the need.
Mm-hmm.
You're closer to it than I am. I am taking a position that every department in this county has got needs. Planning's got needs. IS has got needs. There's offices that have needs. And I think the whole purpose of the budget process is for us to take all those needs collectively and look at them. Again, if you want to bring in one or two people to take the benefit of your current staffing and not lose all of that knowledge that exists there, then I think that would be a wise move. If you want to take one of those positions and convert it into that senior deputy position, I could even support that. And then you could look at adding another staff member, make that request in your budget. But to add another FTE, excuse me, right now, without the other departments having the benefit of going through the budget process, is problematic. I don't support that, if that's not clear.
Yeah, understand your position.
Okay.
With the lack of available workforce, is that going to be a sufficient amount of time to recruit and hire these people for these positions? Because everybody is hiring now.
Correct.
And finding
There's
help
always
is extremely difficult.
Yeah, there's always that's why I'm saying it's going to take time to get them hired. It's going to take time to get people to apply. I am hoping that this senior position would be an internal position somewhere from the courthouse employees here is what I'm hoping. I've had people reach out to me and say they would certainly like opportunities for growth, opportunities. But until I get it posted and we get people applying, we don't know. I certainly would be requesting in the new budget for a different FTE, which would be a level 14, which would be a deputy assessor that would then come on board, or we would have put a posting for, to bring them on board right after the first of the year, which then would be trained for a second individual for retirement. And I would have enough time based on current notices to get them trained for that type, because that's a level 14. It's a little different level. So, but you're right. It depends on who applies, how good they are.
I just don't want to see you stuck behind in a situation where you can't find.
I appreciate that. We've got right now another opening for an appraiser. So.
And how many applicants have you had?
I have not heard of even one yet.
It was just posted.
Yeah, it was just
last
posted,
week.
last week.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Well, I'm just.
Yeah.
But it's a tough, this is the toughest labor market I've ever seen.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's just not here. It is everywhere.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want people, even our last appraiser position that we interviewed for, we were not able to get a commercial appraiser. We weren't able to get somebody at the level 2. We had to start from level 1 scratch. We're looking at a 4-year period of training to get that individual even up into the top ends of the residential appraising ability. 4 years of training. So you got to look for people who are looking for a career, not just looking for a job.
Right.
And that's what we're looking at, is people that want a career that we can develop and move up, and hopefully they'll be here 34 years like Piper has been. That's kind of what we're hoping.
Well, let's hope, yes.
Yeah.
Do you think our compensation is competitive? Is that
The
what?
compensation is competitive with other local agencies like, say, Benton County and that,
No, I mean,
but
For
neither
the
one of them
labor
are
pool.
competitive with the regular market. For instance, our
and that's where
appraiser
your people are
positions.
coming from, is the
Yeah,
regular
the regular
market.
market. Our appraiser position is paying less than half of what a field appraiser would get out in the field that had very little experience.
So I've
Yeah.
long held that I'm not a fan of big government or big government spending, but I'm also a believer that if you want quality people, you have to give them fair compensation, and you've got to be in the marketplace.
Yeah.
And so while I have already made clear my position on the other and hiring the 2 backfills now, I think I would also support a further review of that compensation. And I wouldn't do that with every department in the county, because there's some where the marketplace has got people who are available to work at that rate, and you can get good people. But I have some, outside my county job, I have some insight into the appraisal world too.
Right.
And I know what it takes to attract somebody out of that market. So looking at those salaries for those 2 positions, I think is something we could do as well.
We actually, on the last appraiser position, it was a commercial position we were trying to fill, Commissioner, to get people that were experienced to be able to do mass appraisal like at the county level. Their pay request was currently equal to our chief appraiser. So, and that's like 3 steps up from where we would be starting a commercial appraiser, and 5 steps up from a beginner appraiser. So, and that's what they would have required to even consider it.
Right. And part of the upside for folks to take a smaller salary sometimes is stability, predictability, working with a great county team, benefits. There's intangibles
Yeah.
that come with that salary.
So growth potential.
But
Yeah,
but I
career.
hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
And we are a rapidly growing county, and our
Yep.
needs for talent are real.
Yep.
And unfortunately, it comes at a cost, and nothing is getting cheaper.
No, it's not. So,
Yeah,
we-
with this fiber
Commissioner
only,
Mullen, we
yeah.
will do our best. And, but that, yeah, I don't want to let, I don't have time to let the grass grow under my feet on this one. Yeah, or I would.
agree.
Well, I think it sends a pretty tough message to every other department in the county.
The critical part about right now, and Commissioner Peck, you're correct. I think a backfill would work, but the levy process, no one has done that's in the office but myself for 30 years. So no one would even know how to start. So that's why we need somebody no later than November 1st to get us through the tax levy process. So that your suggestion was good to at least backfill.
Yeah, I think identifying the positions that you believe are going to come vacant, and, having a private conversation with those individuals and working to some sort of an agreement as to a date. And then you immediately go out and hire, so that you've got 2 people in that position you can train side by side, because there is, I don't know if the term is PC enough these days, but it's routinely known as tribal knowledge. It's the knowledge of the community and the work environment in the office. And you can't put a price on that.
Yeah.
And you can rapidly accelerate somebody's ability to do a job simply by working alongside someone who's got 30 years of experience. It would be a huge mistake for us not to capitalize on that expertise before those people go out the door. And to me, doing that for 2 or 3 positions and then letting the budget process look at additional FTEs is the way to be fair-minded and balanced with all the other departments that need people, and still capture that expertise before it leaves.
Correct. And that's what I think John was trying to explain beyond my position right now. should be two people. It always has. But what's been lacking is I haven't done been able to do the management roles, like cross-training, like because lack of staff, number one, and because of how fast we've grown. I've just kept piling it on, but things had to slide, and that's what we're lacking right now. So that
And
extra.
that would be the senior
Yeah,
position.
that senior
fill in.
position would.
Yeah, and I'm not necessarily disagreeing with the need. What I'm saying is there are lots of other departments out there that have needs too. And we ought to hear from all of them, unless our position is just going to be that we're going to approve every FTE request that comes in. And if we're not prepared to do that, then I think everybody deserves a fair hearing, and I understand the timing of it. But as I said, I support appropriate salaries. I support doubling up these positions in the short term. I think those are reasonable measures. I think what you're requesting is understandable, but I think it's a bit of a reach, especially when it comes to equity with other departments.
So, yeah, like I said, the senior position though would really be critical as far as reaching out for a backfill. As you mentioned, I certainly, once we get moved and we get the desks and that, I'd be more than glad to come before you guys and get a temporary to be able to get trained for that. But we have a huge need.
If it's that critical, I'll move out of my office and they can use it. I just don't buy the office space argument.
Well, they're remodeling right now. I can't fit people.
Yeah, like I said,
they're
I'll move out of my
currently at.
office, they can have mine.
Yeah.
My point is.
We would do that in a heartbeat.
That's not the driving issue here.
Yeah. But yeah, I could have somebody in there within a week. So
what
yeah,
you're
understand.
saying, John, is that you would not like to see both positions backfilled, just the one.
Correct. I'd like the senior position filled as an FTE to make sure that people know that if they're applying for that, there's a guaranteed position. They're looking at that into next year, should they decide to stay in that position. It's not something that would then take the place of some other position. For one thing, the senior individual right now may not have the qualifications if I open up another position. If I was to open up a more senior position from people retiring, they may not be the individual to move up into that position. They might be, but they may not be. But we definitely have a senior need. As far as the backfill on the others, yeah, I would welcome that. But to be honest with you, I don't think I need it till the first of the year. And that would be addressed in the budget for next year.
Well, you've just talked to us at length about how critical this knowledge is of your team that's about to walk
That's
out the
correct.
door, including these two positions. So how is it that
The one
you don't
position is
think
going to
it's
be a
got-
little longer. I have a little bit more time, and that one is not as hard to train somebody in. So that's one that if I fill that position for January 1, I can get them adequately trained before the second individual
I'm sorry, I
retires.
could have sworn you told us earlier that these positions were vacating in January.
No, I've said that they could vacate that soon. I have tentative dates from the two of them, and that Carly and I've mentioned those. I have tentative dates. One of them is extended out, one of them shorter. The critical one is for a senior right now for a shorter term.
Well, I think the benefit there then is that it gives you some additional training. We're not talking about individuals, so maybe you can give me some idea of the timeline. You've suggested that one of them is probably January. Is
Yes.
the other June? Is it December?
Just after midsummer next summer. And that could change. It was talked about as of next month, but that has now been put off. So these are kind of a little bit floating. Next month was the first date that I was tentatively given that has now been pushed out. And so
So you really don't know what vacancies you're going to have or when.
I know that between now and January, I'll probably have one very strongly. And between now and next July or August, I'll have another.
So if you backfill the one that you have a high degree of confidence is leaving in January, we get the benefit of 4 or 5 months of overlap and training. That kind of seems like a no-brainer.
Well, that's the one I want to fill the senior with. So the person knows that they've got a position and it's not just a temporary position that may get budget funding. It may not get budget funding. They know they can apply for it and they've got a position to walk into and stay in.
So it would create
for that one.
2 hires that you'd have to do.
And, you know, if I was already moved and we were in the facility where I had the desks for them to do that, and you wanted to give me a second one, yeah, we'd take them and train them and use them. There's no doubt about it. We have the need. But I don't want to get ahead and ask for something that I don't know for a fact that we can accommodate until the first part of the year. So I know the second one we can accommodate and have time enough to train come the first part of the year for the second position. So
Yeah,
I don't want to over ask.
well,
We
I
appreciate.
think you have, but I don't disagree with people stating their needs either.
Okay, yeah, it's not a want, it's a need.
I appreciate you not asking for more than what you need, but I think that with the available workforce, that time is against you.
Yes.
And I would start if it was me, I would be recruiting as soon as possible, because I think you're going to have a hard time finding and filling those positions.
Yeah, you could be very right on that. So, and if we're moved in a month and I may come and say, I'd really love that second position on the temporary for a backfill, and we can get it posted and maybe get it filled here in a month or two after that, that'd be great.
I think
But I don't want to post for somebody right now and not have a desk to put them in.
Sure.
On it. I don't want to waste that either.
No, a month's going to go by pretty fast.
It
and
will.
You've got all this valuable information.
Yeah.
To be able to train these people that
Yeah.
you're going to lose.
Yeah. Yeah, the one is real critical.
Which of the two is the more critical, the one in January, or the one in July?
January.
And that's the one that we would backfill or double up between now and then.
Yeah, that's the one I'm asking for the senior position for. Yeah.
Clarify that if you would, please.
Senior assessor versus deputy assessor. Senior deputy, they'd have more responsibilities, more
So,
authority.
I want to be sure I'm understanding what you're saying. You're saying the person that's currently in that position who has indicated a likely intent to leave in January, is that you want to take the person from that position and move them into the senior?
No, I need to take a new position right now for senior to hopefully develop them to meet the needs of what we will have
You say
between
develop
come
them, you
January.
mean develop a new hire or a person already on your team?
This is a new position. Whether somebody on my team would be more qualified to step up and take that position is yet to be determined on who applies.
Okay, but the
and their
departure in
qualifications.
January is a retirement.
Critical.
It's a retirement, not a
Correct.
transition. You don't see that person as a candidate for the senior
No.
position.
No, that's a retirement.
And is that person in that position now basically covering possibly two positions?
And several of our people are. Okay. So
Right.
I would say the majority of the people that are there are wearing more than one hat. And they need to in some ways, but definitely it's a critical position for the office.
So acknowledging up front so that there's no misunderstanding that you have some really high quality, high caliber people like Piper,
Correct.
and not to in any way diminish them or their performance. A dispassionate person would look at this and say, if you've retained these people for this many years doing this work and this workload, it suggests that it's not as critical as you portray. Because the fact is that to attract and retain quality people has to be reasonable workload and reasonable compensation. Now, I've already acknowledged that I think that the compensation needs to be improved, and I've acknowledged that you've got really super folks, but they're not the only super folks out there. And I think you paint, quite candidly, a situation of dire circumstances that, and credit to you for being a leader and making the best pitch you can, but candidly and respectfully, I think is overstated, especially in light of the fact that it doesn't seem to consider the needs of your contemporaries and your fellow electeds in their departments.
Well, I'd take those into consideration, and I've also looked at the staffing that they have in comparison to the staffing I've got in comparison to all the counties in the state, all the counties. And we are understaffed in comparison to all of those, with the exception, I can't speak about building or planning, but in the courthouse, we're understaffed by percentages in comparison. And I can tell you that, if I can quote Piper, we're at a critical breaking point. So I can tell you it is that critical, Commissioner, and it does need to be addressed.
So critical breaking point with respect to what specifically?
Staffing and training and lack thereof. We need the positions and workload. It has gotten to the point to where they have taken it and taken it and taken it and assumed it and assumed it. And like Piper said, with all of her years' experience doing at least two people's jobs in there, it can't be maintained.
Yeah. Well, just to make sure that my position doesn't get clouded with all the discussion, I'll just close by saying, I think backfilling those two positions and getting as much overlap and transfer of knowledge as you can is step one. I think step two is coming into the board in the upcoming budget cycle and asking for the two positions that you feel you need, and then allowing the board to weigh those against all the other departments in a fair and equitable way is a responsible way to approach it. And the descriptions of dire need, I'll give you, I think, what is a reasonable latitude. You run the office, but I've also watched that office for 11 years. And I think that we need to look at it certainly for the upcoming budget cycle. I'm just not convinced that it's a 5-month dire need. If it is, then, where were you in January? And you're going to say, well, I wasn't here. So
well,
anyway, you get
I
my
brought
point.
the need in March to you, said we're going to be needing, and we'll need one before the end of this year.
Yeah.
This is that one we need before the end of this year. And I will be coming budget cycle requesting more.
For another position. And what would that other position be?
It would be a deputy assessor position, same as the current two that hopefully, if you guys approve this resolution, would be moved from their individual titles to deputy assessor, wearing one title, and I can multi-train and position.
Your total staff number now is, counting yourself?
Well, it'd be 11.
11, so this will take you to 13.
And 3 in the front in the administration, other than the GIS person. And in a lot of counties, that is underneath IS versus their budget versus the assessor budget.
So for your staff, it'll be a 20% increase in staff between now and next year.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, with that, if there's no more discussion, I'm be entertaining a motion. Resolution 2021-156.
I make the motion that we approve resolution 2021-156.
I second. There's been a motion and a second. Discussion.
Recognize the valuable work the assessor's office does. I recognize that they've got a lot of transition coming and they need to hire some backup people now, even last month. But I think we have a duty to be fair to all of our departments, and you can't know about a need until you've heard from those departments, and that's exactly what the budget process is for. And frankly, I'm not persuaded that the world is going to end in January if we don't add a position now. I think we're more resilient than that. So I will not be supporting out of respect and standing up for all those other departments.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, with that, we'll move down to Juneteenth holiday policy. Carly, you're up again.
Still up. So as I indicated in the read ahead, the Washington State Legislature, the governor signed into law May 13th, a bill adding Juneteenth as a Washington state holiday, which is June 19th, the celebration of when the last slaves in the country found out that they had been freed. And the effective date for that bill was July 25th of 2021. So our first recognition of that holiday would have been 2022. And we had been prepared to bring that proposal to you for next year. And then in some strangely fast-moving legislation at the federal level, the federal legislature or the Congress and the president signed a bill the day before the celebration of Juneteenth for 2021, a law making Juneteenth a federal holiday. Why does this matter for us? We have some language in some of our collective bargaining agreements that automatically adopt any holiday that is proclaimed a holiday at the state or federal level. And so that created, quite frankly, a lot of confusion, given that that law was signed the day before what would have been the celebration of that holiday, as the holiday was officially on Saturday, so would have been observed on Friday. Left us scrambling a little bit. Obviously, we're not going to close the courthouse within 24-hour notice, and our labor partners understood that. So we went on to bargain the impact of that quick change. And so we did come to a tentative agreement with our labor partners in our AFSCME represented units that the fair way to address the impact of them missing out on that holiday as indicated by their contract would be to add a floating holiday to be used in 2021 as somewhat of a makeup holiday for that. Obviously, along with that, we thought we'd bring whole package for everybody. So we brought an updated holiday policy that recognizes Juneteenth going forward. And additionally, in the interest of equity, we've brought a resolution that would essentially expand that holiday for 2021 with the additional floating holiday to all groups that currently receive holiday pay. And that is in the form of, I think, 4 different resolutions. What is ultimately before you today, there's memorandums of agreement with each of our 3 directly affected bargaining units to reflect that agreement, and then a resolution and updated holiday policy to reflect that proposal for all of the rest of our employees that receive holiday pay.
Okay. Discussion. Questions? We really don't have a choice on this. It's a federal holiday.
We don't have a choice with our collective bargaining agreements that
Right.
currently obligate us to recognize those holidays. The county, while it has historically followed the RCW indicating state holidays, that law does have it has a carve out that if local jurisdictions, subdivisions have a policy in place that recognizes something different, we're not obligated to recognize that holiday. There are other holidays that we don't get paid holidays for.
But
so
you're specifically talking about non-bargs, not bargaining units.
Right. These 3 bargaining units, we have a contractual obligation to recognize this.
It's the folks that are not represented that are in question. Do we do it for them or not? And if we're doing it for the bargaining units, I'm certainly going to do it for everybody else.
That's the proposal with that equity in mind.
Sure.
With no more
You gotta
discussion.
give it to the, to the one group. It's got to be fair for everyone. So.
So with that, is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve resolution 2021-157, resolution 2021-158, resolution 2021-159, and resolution 2021-160.
Carly, does that cover all necessary actions?
Yes, it does.
Second.
Been a motion and a second. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, with that, we'll move down to public comment. Is there anybody on the phone, Keith?
No, sir.
Nobody on the phone? Anybody in the audience? Public comment?
Morning, gentlemen. I just want to bring some information from the injunctive issues on the dams, and just continue to reiterate that the high heat was a moment to truly celebrate what the dams do for us, and it was a missed opportunity. Representing multiple environmental groups, Earth Justice has filed injunctive relief motion in the U.S. Federal Court with Michael Simon. If granted, significant operational changes would take initial effect. The existing 2019-21 hydro project spill regime agreement, block releases will cease. Full hydro project regimes would be implemented the 24/7 operations during the spring and summer juvenile out-migration period. Spill-induced gas supersaturation rates in the river up to 125%, and it has been long accepted that 115% kills the fish. All 8 hydro projects will operate at minimum operating pools, and these operations are specifically described in the 2020 biological opinion under Alternative 4. Alternative 4 has some impacts on irrigation operations in the McNary and John Day Pool, which are very sensitive. These are not pools that you can move up and down real easily. It could be, and truly affects the transportation, which I'll get to in a moment. The fish survival rate improvements are highly variable depending on project spill assumptions. The Fish Passage Center of Oregon suggests 70 to 75% rate of improvements relative to the 2016 biological operations, while NOAA Fisheries, the scientific partner, the technical group, quotes a negative 12% survival rate due to juvenile fish transportation disruptions. And juvenile fish transportations are barges. Barges that won't be able to get up and down these dams and locks if this continues. And those barges also transport wheat. All of this helps our economy and many other things. And one note I've said, but I want to kind of exaggerate here. These are federal waters, so what happens on these federal waters sets precedent for other federal waters. Other federal waters that transport munitions and troops, the 2 biggest things to protect a nation are food and military. And no, we don't transport troops on these, but that's why these have been zeroed on for 10 years of study from Alaska, Federated Tribes to the California border on Mexico and all across the country. That's why Kamala Harris signaled, see what we're going to do on water rights. And then her husband visits. And that's why I'm encouraged what we might see on the largest water right above us, giving us full benefits of expanded agriculture and economy. But if you let this go, that doesn't make up for that. I don't know how am I doing my 3 minutes. Okay, well, let me just finish a little bit and I might come back. Cost estimates for the injunctive relief measures have not been formally made, but the EIS Alternative 4 power costs range between $300 and $400 million annually. The irrigation system costs are not estimated yet, but they are likely to be in the tens of millions of range. And my concern with the thought of going to Avista in my research and many calls, and these aren't, junior research, is that Avista used to be Washington Water Power. It's now owned by Canada. And Canada's been selling stuff off to China and other foreign countries. I do not, as a citizen, want a foreign country controlling or adding to power down here. It's not the alternative. And I think I've fulfilled my 3 minutes, so I'll come back and talk to you a little bit more about the power side. Thank you.
Anybody else, public comment? Nobody on the phone? No. Okay, with that, we'll move down to office business. Vouchers.
Move for approval of salary clearing payroll and emergency management payroll in a total amount of $1,037,028.69 as presented, and note that it has been reviewed and signed by 2 representatives of the auditor's office.
Would you please state the date of that one?
Thank you. That is July 27th, 2021.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Voucher for July 27th, 2021. Move for approval of fund expenditures in the total amount of $1,033,253.98. As presented, and note that it has been reviewed and signed by two representatives of the auditor's office and the county administrator.
Second.
Been a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Make a motion for fund expenditures for August 3rd, 2021. Move for approval of fund expenditures in a total amount of $444,002.29 as presented, and note that it has been reviewed and signed by two representatives of the auditor's office and the county administrator.
Second.
Been a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So just for clarification, that was because last week we didn't have a meeting and we were approving a voucher from the meeting that was postponed. So with that, we're down to the consent agenda with 7 items.
Move for approval of consent agenda items 1 through 7.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second for the approval of the consent agenda 1 through 7. Discussion on any items? I'd just like to mention on item number 6 that there is a clarification on the staff recommends the board grant final plat approval of to sub 215 2015-02 Eagle Crest Phase 3. That everybody knows that that is the proper legal description there. So with that, all in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, Keith, we're down to administration office business.
Yeah, I don't have anything to present to the board this morning.
Okay, that moves us down to the last public comment. And nobody on the phone?
No.
Okay, public comment.
Thank you once again for being able to speak to you about these issues. We just heard about the economic driving new clients like the dairy. And so I want to talk to you a little bit more about that. A lot of environmentalists will talk about surplus, that we've got plenty of surplus. The firm power resources that are guaranteed to our public utilities, and then each of our public utilities in Benton and Franklin have also opted to do slice, where they go out and buy some of their own. But the surplus keeps our rates down because that's what we do sell. And so with that surplus, we can keep our rates down. But when you start taking dam energy power away from the dams, then you really have a problem. So I'll talk about that. The extreme spill included in injunctive relief motions filed by the state of Oregon and conservation groups July 16th would significantly erode hydropower production and be very consequential for PUDs and utility customers in the area. And most of these are talking points that I gleaned from Rick Dunn, who spoke quite a bit at this meeting. To put things in perspective, and I know the fight over the dams has been very long. That's part of what wears us out, and we stop hearing the real impact. But we are now growing, so now we have to pay attention again. So please listen. To put things in perspective, multiple objective alternative 4, referred to as MO4 in the recently completed EIS, concluded that hydropower production under a maximum spill scenario would be reduced by 1,300 megawatts in average water years and 870 megawatts in low water conditions. That is like taking 120% of the annual energy produced by the Columbia Generating Station nuclear plant off the table with less than 1 year's notice, providing to utilities who must plan for supplies many years in advance. Over the past 10 years or so, the economic development and customer growth have been steadily occurring in the Tri-Cities, and the utilities have watched and BPA contact deliver less and less firm energy. That's their guaranteed rate as a tier 1 customer due to the constraints on the hydro system. So like the 68 BPA preference customers with customer demand for electricity already higher than our allocation of BPA power, hearing of the possibility of further degradation of the firm hydro resources is alarming, particularly given the short notice and shrinking supply of dependable electricity supply options. Additionally, and this is important, emphasize according to the MO4 analysis, the EIS injunctive relief motions would also take 3,200 megawatts of hydropower peaking capacity off the table. And this is at a time when Northwest utilities are already struggling to mitigate the increasing risk of blackouts caused by retirement of 4,000 megawatts of coal power by 2025. And we're growing. Where's our plan? And thousands more megawatts of retirements expected to come later in that same decade. Once again, the MO4 analysis helps us see possible futures by identifying the need of 3,200 megawatts of simple cycle natural gas turbines at an annual cost of $242 million. Less, and actually gives us production to replace hydro peaking capacity. It helps the grid. And while natural gas-fired power may have been offered as a representative of the least cost replacement in the MO4 analysis, the recent passage of bills in Oregon and Washington have had a very chilling effect, but I would encourage you as representatives that do reach back up to the state and federal level with the representatives that you intermix with, as well as our local. This is not just a PUD issue. This is an issue of whether the safety of our community is maintained because we have the power to do it. The MO4 analysis offers up to $578 million annual investments in 5,000 megawatts of solar power, complemented by 600 megawatts of customer load control, which is taking energy off. That's like blackouts, times off. As indicated, this would require solar panels to cover 47 square miles to take what the dams are doing. And with wind power, which is not even comparable, you need 1,000 square miles to produce that 1,300 megawatts we still need. So in conclusion, please consider growing more in-depth, direct impact on our community and economic power. I will also note that the Tri-City Herald did another article on the 28th. The 9th was the one that upset me because I realized the impact, talking about how the heat and the heat wave, we were saved by Ice Harbor Dam. Ice Harbor Dam and nuclear power is coming on, but that's a ways out. Those small modules, they're very safe. I've looked at that. I need to look further. But they don't transport fish, which is the guarantee the return. And they don't transport and keep us from having trains now running through, causing more CO2 emission. We have the record in the country with the lowest CO2 emissions with our energy. I just want to reiterate and ask that you keep that top of mind. And we did, as Clint, you mentioned, organize like 6+ counties and multiple agencies in our effort to do the ESA exemption. So I do encourage that. And I encourage asking the PUD folks to come in and talk to you a little more. I know you interact with them, but this is more critical and needs to stay top of mind in my view. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? Saying none, Keith, I think we're ready to move into our first executive session, and you're going to call it.
Mr. Chairman, it seems like we've had a little bit longer than normal meeting thus far, and by my read, we're going to go into about 2.5 hours of executive session. This might be a good time for about a 10-minute break. I'd
Yeah, there was
request
one
same.
scheduled at 11:20, and I believe it is almost 11:20, so let's take a recess here. 15 minutes? Okay, 15-minute recess. We'll come back. Okay, we are back from our recess, to reconvene the meeting, and Keith, will you call the executive session?
Yes, sir. We are requesting an executive session under RCW 42.30.140, paragraph 4, subparagraph B, to discuss collective bargaining strategy. We request that for up to 30 minutes. Ask that the members of the board, myself, the administrator, the clerk, and the HR director, Carly Nave, be allowed to participate.
And reserve the opportunity to come out early, I presume?
Yes, sir.
This next one is Jen.
Yes.
Okay, we have come out of executive session early, which we were able to do, and we are now going to enter the next executive session. And
Welcome.
Keith, you want to call that?
If you are the meeting.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We request an executive session under RCW 42.30.110, paragraph 1, subparagraph I, to discuss with legal counsel litigation or potential litigation for up to 45 minutes, the possibility of coming out early. I ask that members of the board, myself, the clerk, and the chief civil deputy prosecuting attorney, Jen Johnson, participate.
Okay, we've come out of executive session and we are requiring another 30 minutes in executive session. Up to.
Up to 30 minutes.
Same RCW.
Same RCW as
Yep.
the last one, yes, sir.
can always come out early.
We've come out of executive session and it's been requested for a 15-minute addition to this executive session. Same RCW. With the right to close early. Okay, we're out of executive session and back into regular board meeting. Is there any other business for the good of the county? Hearing none, this meeting is adjourned.